Right, so good morning, everyone. Let's start with the workshop of today. First of all, thank you all for coming and for being with us today on a Saturday morning. My name is Isabella Tienza. I'm the project manager of this project, Free2Be. And today, Giovanna is going to be with you leading this workshop. But first of all, I'm going to give you just a brief introduction about our project and what we have done so far. But I think in order for me to do so, Giovanna, I need you to allow me to share the screen, please.
Give me just a second here. It's enabled.
Yes, thank you very much. So, let's see if I'm able to share this. Okay, can you all see my screen? Yes, no? Okay, great. So, as you know, our project is called Free2Be, and the general aim of the project is to prevent homophobic cyberbullying and among young people, but especially among the LGBTQAI community. So cyberbullying, it's a form of bullying that takes place over digital devices and platforms such as mobile phones, computer, social media, tablets, and so on. So what we want to reach with our project is also to promote a respectful language that we can use through digital devices, as I mentioned before. Also, we are spreading a respectful and appropriate language against LGBTQAI plus community, particularly when it comes to social media and internet. And then the third of our objectives is to create a permanent network of youth associations as well as youth workers. So in order to do all of this, we have done different steps. But before I go to the steps, this is the partnership. So the lead partner of this project is Gates, which is an association from Italy. Then we have another partner from Italy, SOS Europa. Then we have Macedonia, Bosnia, Montenegro, Albania, and Kosovo forming the partnership. And so thank to all the members of this association who are with us today. And what we did in the first step was the kickoff meeting, which took place last year in Albania, Tirana, last September. And what we did there was to set up the partnership rules. We defined the roadmap that I'm going to show you now in a few minutes. We did discuss about the target group that we wanted to address, and then we discussed about the impact as well. Then you can see pictures of some of us here. So the first step of our project was we had an online training course with youth workers. What we did during that training course was to discover the concept of intercultural dialogue, and we learned the best digital tools to promote the dialogue through the virtual exchanges that we were doing. Second, we had another online workshop where we did realize the guidelines for promoting online intercultural dialogue. And then the first step we took within this first step was to create an online community when we were targeting facilitators involved in the personal growth of young people and the fight against homophobic and transphobic cyberbullying. Then our second step, which is what the one that's taking place right now. So the first activity we did was a local activity where we collect the most frequently used disrespectful and hate speech inciting words. Giovanna will talk about the results later on. And then the second step, it's the outreach strategy development workshop, which is this one. And I'm not going to tell you about this because Giovanna will do it, so I don't want to bore you with all of that twice. Then, so this is the step we are on now, but then after this workshop, we'll go through the last step, which will be The first activity, an intent definition and manifesto development. So this would be a local activity where we will collect intentions and principles that will inform the basis of the manifesto for the establishment of the permanent work network that I mentioned at the beginning. And then our second and last step would be a workshop for the establishment of this permanent network for awareness, prevention, and combating homophobic and transphobic cyberbullying. And then here in this very last page, I'm just showing you the website that we have where we are uploading all the steps that we are doing. Also, this workshop, you will find it there after we finish it. We also have a newsletter, so you have the email address. And then I also wrote down the social media for the partnership so if you want to reach us out, you can just go there and you will find us. So this is all from my side. And now I'm gonna leave the floor to Joanna.
Thank you, Isabel. Okay, everyone, hi there. And thank you once again, as Isabel said, for joining us on this Saturday, rainy day. I don't know if it's the same at your place, at mine is. So I'm gonna start sharing my presentation. So give me just a second here. Okay, nice. Okay, so good morning to you all, and dobro jutro, and mire menjes, and buongiorno. I don't know if it's sunshine at your place. As I said, mine is raining quite a lot. But we are gonna have a very productive Saturday. So thank you for joining, and I hope you learn a lot of new things today. So before we begin, I actually wanted to maybe define some of the things that will help you to participate today. And I know that in general, in group meetings, we don't like to speak a lot in a way to unmute ourselves. So I try to incorporate all the ways to for you to participate in a much easier manner. And in general, don't be afraid to speak. So either via chat or some other platforms that I'm gonna share with you. If you are also comfortable with unmuting yourself, that would be also great, because the point of all this is to learn from each other and kind of also to share some knowledge and experience that you have. Once again, if you're comfortable with the recording and so on, I would really like to see you at some moment. So if you reach out to maybe speak, I would appreciate if you can turn on the cameras. And as I said, today we are gonna have a very productive Saturday. So prepare some coffee, tea, water, and I always say that I'll stay hydrated. And of course, if you need some snacking, feel free to have it close by. We are also going to have a lunch break later on, but before that, snacks are welcome. So yeah, and yesterday my colleagues also said, thank God it's Friday, and I was like, yeah, but some of us are working here. So thank you all for coming today, and let's see what we are gonna do. So first of all, in this first session, that's lasting for about an hour more, we are going to talk about hate speech, and we are gonna address some of the focal points. Why do people hate, or what are the consequences of it? And that will kind of help us later on when we actually go over some project results. As Isabel mentioned, we are actually going to take a look at the collection of words and hateful comments that they collected across all of our countries. And in general, after that, we are supposed to think about how do we want to present that to the wider public. So our later sessions are going to be focused on creating a campaign, a promotional campaign for NGOs. And there we're going to talk a bit about how do campaigns are conducted in general. And after that, we are actually going to do one ourselves. So there'll be a lot of group work, there'll be a lot of participation, and I really invite you to be brave, to be open, to discuss with people, to join them in the conversations, and kind of to, you know, be as active as possible. So I mentioned that I'm Jovana or Joanna, so whatever is easier for you. And some of the basic things about me is that I'm a trainer in the IT company, and I'm also a youth trainer, as you can see me right here today. And of course, I'm also an activist, but that's just the things that we write in the CV, right? So for those who were maybe in the previous workshop, you know that I really like to share a lot of more things about myself. And here are just some of them that I would say highlight maybe my personality, such as TV shows, pasta, cat and dog owner, traveler, adrenaline lover. And I would now really like to see, what do you want to share about yourself? And let me just admit someone. Okay. So I prepared a Mentimeter for us today. And for those who maybe didn't use the tool before, I'm going to tell you how to use it right now. So this will be our main tool for today, because I'm going to ask you a lot of questions. And as I said, it's going to be way easier for you to participate this way. So what you should do is that you can take your phone and scan with your camera the QR code. Or another option is to use your phone or computer. Go to the website menti.com and enter this code. Okay. So I'm going to switch there, and now when I present that tab, you're going to see that we have some interactive questions right there. Okay, here we are, and I already see some answers. Nice. Let's wait for everyone else to join. In case you didn't scan the QR code, you can once again type in menti.com and just enter the code that you see here on the screen. Okay, I see you're succeeding. Okay, we're gonna wait just for everyone to join before we continue further. Yeah. Rest of the crew, did you succeed to enter the platform? If you want, I can also copy the link for you and send it to the chat. Okay, I think we're safe to continue, and then we can see if anyone else joins later on. So the first thing I wanted to know about you is, how are you connected to youth work, or in general, how are you connected to NGO or non-governmental sector? So I see that a lot of you are youth workers or trainers in the NGO. So welcome, colleagues. I really like when there are trainings that incorporate a lot of people that are youth workers or trainers. And as I can see, project managers or coordinators, we also validate you, because we will need you today to plan all the activities that we're gonna do with our campaigns. Some other work related to NGO, and okay, so no one from social media and no one who is not in the NGO. So okay, I guess that we are going to learn a lot about campaigns today. So in case you maybe have some of the people who are responsible for social media, or if you're the one to do that as well, I think I will send you the material that will also be good to share with them. So let's continue further. What I'm interested to know about is, did you participate in the previous training? As Izzy mentioned, there were two workshops in the past of this project. So I'm just curious to see, were you there, or is it maybe your first activity within this project? Okay, have so far. Okay, cool. So for those who were there before, if we already met, nice to see you again, and I hope you're gonna have fun today. And for everyone who's here for the first time, I hope you enjoyed today. And let's see what else we have prepared for you. So let's see, what are your hobbies? And you'll see later on why I'm asking this. So I also, as I said, I shared some of the things that how I would identify myself. So here you have like an open-ended question, so you can just like type your response and it's going to appear right in the screen. So share with us, what do you want to do, or what do you like to do in general in your free time? Reading, traveling, sports? TV shows, cinema, running, eating. It's a nice hobby. Photography, singing, cycling, hiking, a lot of sport is nice. Running, activism, languages, learning, creative writing, volunteering, triathlon, acting. Nice, so diverse. Okay, so I see that most of the people like to travel and read and hike and do some type of sports. So that's really nice thing. We also have some Turkey shows. So in case watching TV shows is not enough, this is like a separate hobby. So I understand. Congrats to dedication to watch all of those episodes. I know there are always like a lot of them. Okay, let's see some other details. So what I'm curious to know about is, did you create a campaign before? And in case you have multiple experiences, I wrote a couple of sentences. So you can just like when you have a sentence, you can just select where you are. So on the left side is no, and on the right side is yes. So here we have someone who conducted an online and in-person campaign, also gave some ideas, but didn't conduct the campaign. Okay, some people didn't do that. Maybe some people are still writing their hobbies. I saw there's a lot of it. Okay, this is really good. So we have a mix of every single experience. Mm. I see you want to write in the screen. Okay. I guess that's everyone. And okay, here are some more answers. Okay, so there's a bit of experience with everything. And it's nice to know that you conducted some online campaigns and some in-person campaigns. So I also want to hear, of course, about those. But today we're gonna focus a bit more on the online campaign. So for everyone who had experience in this area, it would be really nice to share the past experience you had with the participants you're going to be working with. And yeah, I guess that probably everyone had some experience to or opportunity to at least give the idea or maybe talk about the campaign with the people who were included in conducting the campaign. So that's really nice. And for all of those who didn't learn anything or for all those who didn't create any campaign, no worries. Today we are gonna tackle how you can do it. And of course, if you have some questions, if you think that some things are not quite like you don't know, you're not familiar with those terms or something like that, just let me know in the chat and I'll address your question. Okay, so for everyone who took part in conducting the campaign, can you tell me what a campaign was about? Also, if you can just write down if it was online or in person. And of course, if you also gave some ideas or you heard about some campaigns, that's also a good answer. Ecology, okay. You can just write the topic and was it online or offline? Hate speech, volunteering, youth participation, both online and offline. Okay. This person is going to be very helpful today. Women rights online, nice. Social inclusion online. Youth workshop offline. Okay. Online. I guess this was for the ecology or yeah. Cyberbullying online. Human rights online. Okay. Feminism online. We're just gonna wait if other people are typing. Healthy lifestyle for teenagers. Nice. I was just curious, where are all those athletes from the hobbies page? So yeah. Okay. Yeah, I see that there's like a lot of crossings between your answers because a lot of you actually targeted human rights and some form of hate speech or bullying, which is also part of our topic today. So I think that your experiences will be great when we actually create some. Okay. So as you can see here, here we have a lot of groups that you tackled. And okay, so for now we're gonna stop with the Mentimeter. And before we get back to this, I'm going to get back to my presentation. So before we start with the hate speech, actually, I'm going to get back to the presentation. So I just want to have give you a note. So keep your Mentimeter open because we're gonna use it pretty much the entire day and you're gonna need it. So I mean, of course, the code is always gonna be there on the screen. So, but if it's just easier for you, you can leave it open. And yeah, so thank you for sharing a bit of details with me. It's quite helpful to know who is behind the screen, since like we're in this online setting. And let's start with our main topic for today. So before we actually jump into project results and see how the organizations collected those, we're just gonna talk a bit about language and hate speech. So I would say that hate speech is one form of our language, and I think that in order to tackle the hate speech topic, we should firstly understand why language in general is important to people. And here I highlighted some of the topics such as communication, identity, connection, and culture. And as you probably know, language, of course, it is used for communication, but this further help us understand each other. However, language is really important to people because identity is something that incorporates language as well. And this doesn't mean that you cannot speak multiple languages or something like that, but it simply means that people are connecting their language with their identity. And in the end, connection, we have, of course, the ability to connect with other people if we are speaking common languages. But at this moment, I don't mean just like our national languages. I mean all of the other aspects of a language, such as a body language or assertive communication, or just a style of communication. For example, if we are using memes or slangs or something like that. So language has always been like a thing that connects people. And even when we like, as I said, even if we don't understand each other in our when we speak in our national languages, there are a lot of different languages that we understand. And that's why, like, when we will talk about hate speech, this is also really an important thing because hate speech kind of prevents this connection later on. And we're going to talk about the consequences, of course. So as I said, that's the main topic. But one more important thing is the culture. And maybe you can notice that culture kind of combines all of the things we already mentioned, but languages are really tied to our cultures. And once again, I don't mean this just in a national context, because the type of the language that you practice in your closest circle of people or your environment or your city or in your country, that also defines your culture later on. So if we are practicing a lot of hate speech, you'll see later on how that actually leads us to have a bit more aggressive culture. And of course, if we are by nature speaking more calmly, and when we in general, really think about what we are going to say, then we're forming more of a accepting culture around us. So that's why this is also really one important pillar of language. And now we'll talk a bit about hate speech. But I really want to hear from you. What do you think about it, in a way where, what is it? Why do people do it? What does it mean to you, and similar? So in order to cover that interactive part, I would appreciate if you can get back to the Mentimeter. So once again, you can scan the code or just enter the site that we used a couple of moments ago. And I would like to see, how would you define what is a hate speech? And you should also tell me, what do you think, why do people spread hate speech? In case you need the link can be found in the chat. So let's see, hate speech, those are in general bad words. Why do people do it? Because they do not accept different things and different people. Because they feel insecure about themselves. Yeah. Using bad words towards someone. People are insecure with their self because of fear. Speak to other people in aggressive way. Yeah, that would be a definition as well. Discrimination. Insulting someone for their identity. Ethnocentrism. Words said to hurt people on purpose because they are bad people and have zero empathy. Okay. Threatening speech that expresses prejudice. Okay. While you add actually other ideas, and here we have actually more answers. Lack of self-confidence, hate speech is directing words or speech that's initiating violence. People usually do it due to insecurity or lack of education. Yes, okay. And if I tell you that there's thousands of research done why people spread hate speech, and still we cannot identify 3 things or like 5 things, because it always depends on the topic we are talking about. But in general, from many research that I read almost everything you wrote right here, in a way where we can try to seek and understand why people do this, but there are simply a lot of things. So some main ideas behind why people spread hate speech are indeed lack of education and lack knowledge on the topic, because I think that whenever we are more educated on the topic, it's really harder to spread hate or even misinformation. So also, a lot of you wrote about their personal insecurities, fear, some, yeah, expressing prejudices. Yes, exactly. I mean, people are insecure, and in general, they really want to seek a connection with other groups of people. And when we have hate speech present in our public sphere, that kind of gives you a sense that you should do the same if you want to fit in. And I know that like we cannot justify that. And I'm not saying that we need to like, justify it, but I think it's really crucial to understand where are people coming from when they're doing this. And yeah, I wouldn't say that everyone is bad or that all of those people are evil, but I think that in some ages of development, such as in your teen years or something like that, if you're really not like having personal development in a way where you're not afraid to, speak for yourself, or you're maybe lacking self-confidence, as we all are in our puberties, people tend to go more often in the direction of how to fit in. How do I fit into this group? And that's why it's way easier that if the group is hating, you would probably join them, even though you have different opinions. So there's like a lot of intersections. And of course, if we are talking about older people, in a way where we're not targeting people who are in puberty, so adults, the things are the same actually, because you always want to fit in the society you're living in, and later on you have those norms who are kind of telling you what you need to do in order to be a part of the society. And let's see, I think we have a bit more answers. Bigotry, lack of self-confidence, prejudice, something similar inside their self, and I mean similar with person that they try to make feel bad. Yes, that's also very familiar concept where people hate because they cannot accept the same things about themselves. And I guess that's like a coping mechanism. It's easier to be aggressive, and instead you really want to be aggressive towards yourself, but you're not aware that you should or not didn't process that feeling that you have. So it's just easier to target another person. Okay. Let's see what else you can tell me. So what I'm curious also is when we are talking about hate speech, and we have a lot of factors there. So first of all, we have a targeted person. So that's the victim of hate speech. Then we have a perpetrator, or the person who is spreading the hate, right? And in the end, we have all of those people who are watching. So those are called bystanders, or we could just call them the society in this case. So we're going to talk about all of those, but right now I would just like to hear from you. When you think about victims of hate speech, what do you think the consequences are of when they experience the hate speech? Psychological issues, okay. Lack of self-esteem. or low self-esteem, yeah. Emotional trauma, isolation, stress, feeling of being unsafe, depression, social isolation. And yes, this can also lead to suicide, unfortunately. Feeling threatened, lack of self-confidence, yeah. So we can see there's like a lot of consequences that maybe we cannot like see all of them in the victim, or we cannot even like see it outside. So that's just in the inside of a person, or inside of a group who is being targeted. But yeah, so there are, of course, I cannot say that there's a scale, but there are things that are maybe easier for a person to, you know, take on and continue. But some forms of hate speech and bullying really can lead to actions that are irreversible. And they can really damage the self-confidence, as you mentioned. They can also lead to depression, isolation, and even suicide. So I know that this topic is also, I can say that it's not as easy, but in general, I really appreciate when we are talking about it like this, or if I can say, open communication is really a key to address these topics. So I see that some of you also wrote insecurity. That's also an additional answer. And now I would just like to maybe stop the picture here. And I want to ask you, what do you think are the consequences on the person who is spreading the hate speech? So the perpetrator. Feeling stronger. So whenever someone spreads a hate speech comment, they feel stronger about themselves. Okay. I'm curious to know, do you think this is a false feeling or a real feeling? You can write in the chat if you want to tell me. Reputational damage. Usually none. Okay. Some other opinions? Support from the audience. I know this one is really hard because in general we are not agreeing with hate speech, so I know it's harder to see what are the consequences of a perpetrator in this scenario. Grow their bad spirits. Okay. Not a bright future. Yeah, unfortunately, unless they do something about it, right? Okay. And I see this was way harder to do than than other questions. So let me read other answers. Lowering their empathy, social validation, filling their ego. Unfortunately, not many. Okay, well, maybe I would like to hear some more examples, but let me just paraphrase. So I do not mean what are legal consequences. I more think of personal consequences. So all of the things that you mentioned, what is happening to a person that is being a victim. So what do you think is happening to a person who is being a perpetrator? Something like these answers: lowering empathy. Okay, if you're finished with your answers, I can move on. We're gonna get back to this topic to cover it. I'm gonna leave it like this for now. And right now, I'd like to think. I would like you to think about your environment, your society, or any society where any type of hate speech is spread. And let's see what are the consequences in the society. So, what are behaviors or feelings that we develop when there's a lot of hate speech in our environment? Extremism raised, yeah. Damaging society. Bad relations, divorces, people leaving, destabilization, society without empathy, lack of dialogue, unnecessary division, lack of freedom, bullying, increased depression, narrow mind, discrimination, insecurity, destabilization. Okay. I think these are all the answers. So right now we're gonna get back to our workshop, to presentation actually. And here I can say that most of the things you mentioned are also everything that is found in literature. So I'm just gonna kind of try to sum it up, everything that you said. But yeah, when we talk about hate speech, there is in general a message that's directed at someone, and it's usually a message that like wants to provoke their identity. And messages are, of course, negative, unwelcome, undesirable, and they usually warrant hostility towards the group of people or an individual. So the thing that we're going to talk about today is also more connected to online hate speech. So I would just say that everything remains the same when we want to define what is a hate speech that's online. But it's also the expression that you can use is cyber hate. And cyberbullying is maybe a bit more familiar expression, but if we are talking about hate speech, cyber hate is the term that I also found. And in general, beside this occurring in the online environment, there's a difference because perpetrators in online hate speech are anonymous in most of cases, or at least they feel anonymous. They feel like you can't touch them, you can't reach them. And because of that, they may seem less accountable, and they can also be ruthless in a like larger amount. So in general, here, when we want to see what the hate speech is, like the form of it, you can see that the messages that people are using are not only directed to violence, but they're usually spreading prejudices, some stereotypes, some biased opinions, and they're giving a sense of ostracism. And ostracism means that they want to exclude that group or a person from a society. So now I also wanted to kind of tackle what are the topics of hate speech. And when I started doing this, I have to be honest, I realized that you can hate speech about everything and that you can spread hate literally on anything. You can even, divide people who uses Android phones or iPhones and things like that. But when it comes to hate speech, the one that we are worrying about are the ones that are more related to people's identities and things that we cannot change, or even if we wanted to change, we do not want to change them, right? So some common forms of hate speech that you can find online are more related to gender, to sexual orientation, to nationalities, to physical appearance of people, like how do they look like or what do they wear, and similar, to their religion, race, to their physical condition, and to their mental health. So this kind of covers everything that we are also going to see later on in the project results. But what I wanted to say is that people are able to spread hate about anything, because we never know the structure of a perpetrator's mind, of course, and we cannot know why they're doing that. Are they identifying themselves with the victim, or if they're just like wanting to exclude that person from the society so they can feel like they belong more into that society? Whatever it is, probably that thing is very important to them because it's also part of their identity. And then in the end, because of that very same thing, they are allowing themselves to hate another person because of that thing. And that thing is also very probably important to another person. So you mentioned a lot of consequences for those three groups, and now I'm just gonna ask you to we have a couple of slides of consequences, and in the first slide we see here consequences such as anxiety, feeling of unsafety, exclusion, social pain, and stress. And I would like you to write in our Zoom chat, who do you think these consequences are for? And as I recall, you kind of wrote the similar answers in your Mentimeter. So here I have opened the chat. Who are these consequences for? So is it the victims, the perpetrators, the society? Victims? Okay. Does someone agree with Tamara? You can like her message if you agree. Rest of the crew, do you agree, or do you think these are the consequences of someone else? Both victim and perpetrators. Interesting. Perpetrator. Mm-hmm. Also the society. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah, so it's or all, yeah. So as you can see, it's when you think about it, it's also hard to identify what are the actual consequences of hate speech, because there's just a lot of consequences that we like can come to. And however, these consequences in the picture, they are related to victims mainly, but that doesn't mean that other two groups cannot feel the same thing about it. But all of those things that you mentioned in the Menti, of course, there are a lot more consequences, and we can go to them later on. But in general, I kind of try to summarize the main things. So usually, a person would feel some anxiety, they would feel unsafety, and they would feel excluded. Social pain, yes, maybe it would be harder for them to, belong to that social group. And of course, they can be under stress because of it. And let's see another slide. So here we have some other things of some other consequences of hate speech. And I want you to think about, who are these for? So are they also the victim or perpetrator or the society? And here are some of the things: a lack of independent development, not understanding the privilege, self-validation through group approval, undeveloped critical thinking, and responsibility to create narratives. Izzy says perpetrators. Who agrees? You can like the message, or you can write your own opinion. So most of you agree that these are the perpetrators. Yes, exactly. You're right. So when we talk about perpetrators, and as I said, I know it's really hard to understand, like to maybe have empathy. And that's not at all what I'm asking of you, is that this is also how you can recognize people who are more tend to do like hate on other people or groups. But in general, if you want to talk with someone who you know that maybe they're not spreading like some violent hate speech, but you know that they're having at least some type of comments that you're maybe not as comfortable with, you're able to tell them that they are doing these things. And of course, it doesn't have to mean that they have all of the consequences. Maybe they have just one. But it is really an interesting thing, because not a lot of people are thinking, what are the consequences on the perpetrator? And yes, I don't think that justifies it, why they are doing it. Here, we're just trying to actually tell them why is it wrong that they do it. So the consequences on the perpetrator are also very bad. But of course, they're not in the same capacity and they're not in the same direction as the victim of the hate speech. However, they are also very serious. As you can see, person who I would say regularly or oftenly spreads hate speech, they definitely lack of independent development. Why? Because once again, they want self-validation through group approval. And it's more common that in your younger years, you seek group approval. And that's kind of the behavior that people are experiencing. And in general, you would probably take part in things that you wouldn't when you're an adult. But that also comes with emotional intelligence, with personal development, with self-confidence. And if you're not being able to, kind of exit that group of yours who is kind of directing you to do all of those bad things, you're still then seeking validation of yourself through that group. And that really means that you're lacking your development, like personal development, or in general being independent. One other things are also that you would probably then not develop critical thinking, because I remember that when I was in high school, probably same happened to you, because high school has like a lot of stories to tell, right? I remember that I kind of I had some personal opinion, but I couldn't like back it with anything. I couldn't back it why something was good or not good. And now I'm not talking only about the hate speech, but like in general, events that are happening in your like 15 to 18 years old. So in general, I remember that when I started feeling more self-confident, I realized that I can have a critical opinion and critical thinking in general. And of course, when I started educating myself more on other topics, I understood why some things are not good. And that actually allowed me to form a critical thinking towards the people, towards the society, towards some behaviors that I do not want to practice, but now I understand why they are not good. And other two things that I highlighted here is the first one is not understanding the privilege. And this is happening very often, especially if we are talking about LGBTQ community, because in general, people who hate, and if they are out of the community, they do not understand their own privileges. And of course, this can be applied to any other sphere of hate speech. Of course, that people who belong to another gender and then they're hating one other, they are not understanding their privileges probably. people who belong to one race and hating the other race, they're not understanding their privileges. And not understanding your privileges can be very dangerous, because we live in the world where we live, you know? And at some moments, yeah, everyone has some personal story, their family story, background, and so on. But the fact is that privileges do exist. And maybe the privileges you're not even aware of. So understanding privileges, even when it comes to basic human rights, is very important. And usually perpetrators of hate speech, they do not have the capacity to process that at all. And the last is that they feel responsibility to create narratives. So once again, when we go back to that group belonging, they feel responsible that they should create the right narrative, you know? And the narrative, it's not certain who set up the phase or like the you know, the concrete of that narrative, but they feel responsible that they should spread it. And this is also more often within people who are maybe not even asking for the validation within groups, but also they are more developed, like they're more mature, which also leads us to think that they're probably adults. They feel responsible to, you know, protect that society they're living in by excluding people who they think are not supposed to be there. But in general, what narratives are they creating is that they're segregating people, that they are biased, that they are willing to, you know, exclude someone because of their own safety. So in the end, that's just greed, or like it is just not connected to that initial thought that they have in their mind that they are protecting the society. Because if you're being real and if you want to protect the society, you should be welcoming, opening, supporting. You should appreciate everyone in your circles, every circle, not just people you choose to appreciate, right? So yeah, so those are some of the main consequences of hate speech perpetrators. So let's check our next slide. So here we have some more. And what do you think? Are these related to victim, to perpetrator, or to the society? So some of the things that we see here are emotional distance, social norms, dehumanization, division of society, cultural aggression, decreasing human rights. And I guess at this point it's easy to figure it out, right? Both of them. So both perpetrators and victims, right? Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm. Does someone agree with this? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, so yes, victims and perpetrators are in the end part of a society. So these are all societal consequences that you can recognize in environments where there's a lot of hate speech. So first of all, if people who are just maybe witnessing hate speech and they're not interfering, maybe they're like not even the victim or the perpetrator, they just don't interfere, they are developing emotional distance because we take things for granted. And you know, you probably know that sentence, one too many tell lie becomes a truth, because when you tell a lie 10,000 times, it just, you know, it's what spreads in the language, in the narrative, in the opinions, in the values of one community. So when you see that there's like a lot of hate and you're not interfering, apart from you thinking that's normal, it's also, there's also one more thing happening is I don't care about this. And I don't care about these people. So that usually also happens for adults who do not have diverse community around themselves. So you can notice that if they are more prone to follow social norms, you know, live in their some non-marginalized groups, and they have that type of an environment, usually they then develop emotional distance, and then you can hear sentences such as, what do I care, that's not my problem, what do they want, you know, and so on. So in general, you're just feeling distant. Of course, society then develops social norms. So what is expected of you to do to belong to this society? And I think this is very, very dangerous, because in the recent years, I've been reading a lot of researches and reports about young people being more prone to discrimination and hate speech, and especially cyberbullying. And that is kind of because, yes, with the internet, information is everywhere. You can see everything instantly. And now I think at some circles, there's a social norm that you should hate if you're from here, you know, from this society, from this environment, from this city, from this country. It's just became a social norm that you are supposed to hate some group. Doesn't matter if you agree or not with that. And that is where we come to the fact that that's a lack of self-development. And at some moment, people should, you know, develop and overcome that. And of course, we're not going to judge that sometimes you were led to do things, okay, but the thing is that at some moment everyone is responsible for themselves in a way where you either want to develop or you're at least trying to, you know, go in that direction to form some critical thinking towards the behavior of societies. Division of society, I think that's also pretty clear. We have segregated groups, which is not good, because that means that we do not care about each other. We only care about what our group wants. And I can say that this happens on all of the sides. I also noticed that a lot of within LGBTQ communities, where there's also segregation within the community, but there's also segregation between the entire community and the rest of the world. Sometimes I also feel that no one actually thinks about, you know, other things, and that's like, for me, that's so weird, because usually I'm circled around with communities who are if you are working with one topic that's considered to be marginalized, usually you would support all of the other topics, you know. And I really like when I see cooperation between different organizations, and when they combine their strengths and so on. But the thing is that sometimes there's really a division there as well. And sometimes, as I said, hate speech can be spread vice versa, you know. Victims can become perpetrators because they see that as a way to combat. And that's also not a good thing, because if you are not approving of hate speech, you shouldn't spread one on the perpetrator as well. So there's nothing you can do for yourself or for the community if you do the same thing. And we have some other things here. The humanization of a person, cultural cultural aggression, and decreasing of human rights. So those are all the things you also mentioned in the Mentimeter. So cultural aggression, if you recall, I mentioned in the beginning, this is what is being developed when we have a culture of hate in our language, when there's a lot of curse words, which probably every national language has, but when those words are kind of used to undermine someone, to spread violence, or indicate that certain people should be excluded, that isn't a cultural aggression. And that kind of means that you want to adapt the language, that it's okay to say some of the words because everyone says it, you know. So we shouldn't like resolve those words. And I think that in a lot of Balkan languages, that's also familiar with the terms that are used for gay people. So usually I would hear that, oh, but I don't mean it, like, I don't mean it as an insult, you know, and so on. Yes, but the thing is that you have to know that it does have an effect, and you probably shouldn't use it as a bad thing if you don't think it's a bad thing. So yeah, okay. Let's then see what else we will talk about today. So for those who were in the previous workshops, maybe you remember that we saw this picture, and it's called Tip of an Iceberg, or iceberg model. And in the top, you'll be able to see things that are present in our cultures and countries and nationalities, and that are very easy to see. And then later on, under the water, you'll see all of those that are not as easy to see. They're probably out of our awareness. So in the top, you can see that here we have like music, language, arts, festivals, literature, flags, games, dress, and so on. And what I would say here is that when we were talking about this, we were mentioning what is it that like defines some identities and groups and so on. However, when we were talking about hate speech, I would say that usually people would start to, you know, start their hate speech with the things they're seeing. So the things they are at the top and above water, and they think they need to like remove those because the society, you know, if you remove those things that everyone can see, the society is less familiar with everything that's happening under the water. So whenever we are maybe banning some events, or whenever we are prosecuting some storytellers, whenever we want to, like, in general, ban the things that are easily visible to parts of the society, such as festivals or flags or dress codes and so on, literature and similar, we are actually influencing, we are trying to like influence everything that's hidden at the bottom. And that is actually how your society is being developed. So here you can see that everything that defines a society that is not easy to see, such as values or norms or gender roles or notions of self, attitudes towards age, thought process, concept of fairness, and so on. And all of those things, they are simply developed without us realizing. So that's in your environment, that's in your community. And the more you become aware of this, the more you are able to progress and, you know, to kind of developed on your personal level. So whenever people are trying to, you know, spread hate speech with the things that are easy to see, I would always say that we are supposed to create stories that are going to present everything else that they do not see. And why is that problematic? And how is the thing they're doing and hate that they're spreading influencing everything else that we do not see? So this is a great way to actually combat the consequences of hate speech to someone who maybe does not understand them. Okay. And now I wanted to hear a bit about your opinion. So hate speech, and I know that it's a heavy topic, but I'm curious to see, how do you think we can fight that? And for that, we would also go back to our Menti. So let's just switch here. Okay. So once again, the same code, everything else. So I want to hear, what do you think effective, what action would be effective to combat the hate speech? Campaigns online and offline. Exactly what we are gonna do today. Nice. Education, working on mental health and education again, raising awareness, workshops in school, yeah. So when it comes to education, we need various forms of education: formal education, non-formal education, peer education. Media, working on yourself, be stronger, yes. So that is when we want to tackle the self-combating. Okay, working on yourself. And yeah, you should definitely work on yourself. Doesn't matter to which group of these you belong to, like, were you the victim or were you the perpetrator, or were you just a watcher and part of a society? In general, you should work on yourself all the time to kind of broaden your horizons and to see more than there are, than those things that are just the tip of the iceberg. Education and empathy, positive examples. Education, correct development actions, teaching healthy emotional reactions and intelligence, creating healthy dialogue. Yes. Work and stay positive, people. Yes. Sometimes this is very hard, but I would always say that whenever we need to discuss a hard topic, let's try to see what we can do about it, Media. Are there some other answers? Empowering victims, working from start with kids, what is the right way and wrong way of speaking? Yes, I agree. And I think lately a lot of private kindergartens are becoming popular because of this, because at least I feel that parents are now realizing more and more that they need to educate their children in a much better manner, in a way where it's not okay to, make some topics as a taboo, or just not to address some in general social topics. And I really like when I see that there are some workshops for kids that are, inclusive, that are interactive, that are diverse, because kids are learning everything. How do they speak? How do they cry? How do they love? How do they fight? Training. Okay. So a lot of things are related to education, as we expected. And I would just like to tackle that. I would say that in general, and we as a society as a whole, yes, we need to educate. We need to raise awareness a lot about it and why it's bad. And yes, we should definitely support the victims. So you mentioned kind of all of these things. But here are more things that you should or could do with your when you want to combat the hate speech. A lot of good examples for these. So React. And addressing hate. So here, basically, we need to research that says that a lot of people are not agreeing with hate speech when they say it online. But they're not confident enough to intervene. But the percentage of people who are willing to intervene in hate speech. So but what also is very very highlighted in almost every research that I've read, that if there's a person who reacted or exposed the hater and they addressed why it is wrong to say speech, they're going to support that person. So probably whenever you see some hate comments on Instagram, and I know that whenever I see like one good comment that says that this is not okay, there's always like a lot of likes on it or replies, something like that. That on the hate comments, and it's not a common practice, but it's a really, really nice to do that. Devote special attention to counter messages and counter narrative. So I prepared some examples for you how people are able to create different angle of the story and to combat the hate speech that way. So we're gonna do that after the break. So our break to kind of refresh. And for now, we're gonna back. So let me just stop my sharing. Okay, here we are. So the break is for 30 minutes, right, Isabel? Yes?
Yeah.
Crash, have your breakfast and so on. And we're gonna get back here at 12 to actually see what are the examples of counter messages. So you do not have to exit the call. I believe we can just like mute our mics and videos, right? Yeah, it's bye-bye.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Let's maybe wait a couple more seconds just to see if everyone came back. Okay, I see people coming in. Nice. Okay, I hope you had a nice break to kind of take a pause from our topic. And yeah, before we jump back to our workshop and continue where we left off, I wanted to take one more turn to Mentimeter. So to welcome you back, I would actually want you to do one short activity. So let me just, okay. So let's go back to our Mentimeter and tell us in one word some feeling that you would use to describe how do you feel when you're proud. So this is just like a fun, short, fun game to do before we actually come back to the workshop. Happy, strong, humility, grateful, satisfied, happy, happy, happy. So it's mostly happy and strong. Okay. Here, Vasilia, I'm sending the link in the chat as well, so you can enter it again. Peaceful, achieved, rewarding. Maybe someone else wants to add. Okay. So happy, strong, satisfied, grateful, rewarding, peaceful, achieved. Nice. So cherished as well. Nice adjectives here. So I want you to remain with these feelings for our next topic. And when you want to fight hate speech or find strategies how to address them, you should use these emotions, and you should remember why you're proud, why do you think this topic is important, and all of these emotions that you just listed, they are usually the base to create counter messages or counter narratives. So let's see a bit about those and what are they exactly. So let me just open the presentation. So counter messages, they are usually used to define some terms that are used in hate speech, and then we could re-own them. And I give you a couple of examples so you can understand how funny or important they are. And our first example would be the term queer. And maybe you know, but this term was in general used I think it's British English, but also American English a couple of years ago, or actually a couple of decades ago, where queer would mean something weird in general. And the LGBTQ community kind of re-owned the term by actually including queer as just like a term that defines that you belong to the community, and you do not need to labor yourself further, like which of the letters do you want to choose for yourself. So this is one great example that it's accepted worldwide, and it just I honestly couldn't find how this started, and I was like reading a lot about queer terms when it became popular. But definitely, reason why is it so popular and widely used is because we have the internet, and people just started more and more using these terms. So people who are talking with positive language towards the LGBTQ community, and then the term just got to almost every single language. One great example of counter messages are pride slogans. And here I found some very interesting pride slogans where you could see how we changed the meaning and actually made it our main message for that year. So one of my favorite slogans was Belgrade Pride in 2019. The slogan was "I'm not disowning" or "Ne odričem se." And basically what it did is that we faced a series of years where a lot of people were rejecting their children and their friends and their colleagues, and they were discriminating them just because they have outed themselves, or maybe they even found out about other people being queer. So this campaign actually had the entire year dedicated to people writing stories why they are not disowning their children in most cases, but also friends, colleagues, relatives, and so on. And this was a very successful thing to do because it was all really, really familiar. Not familiar, but popular. And the thing is that they even connected with local newspapers, news portals, all of those places where you think that there's not enough space for these topics. They wrote testimonials of people, and they always left like contact information for everyone who wants to add their story. And I remember for me personally, this was something so beautiful. And I was sending it to all of the people I know in my family because I just wanted to show them the example, how other people are reacting, how the families are talking about it, and so on and so on. So this was a very nice thing. Some interesting other slogans that I found are for Skopje Pride this year, and the slogan was "Spectacularly Disobedient." So you know how I think that Skopje Pride was organized just after the elections in Macedonia, and in general, you know how people do like populists like to use that word disobedience when people are protesting in the streets and similar. So what it did here is that they wanted to kind of make it vocal that this is a protest and that they are demanding some of the things that, like for every pride, you know, that there's like a list of demands for that year, and until one of those is fulfilled, the demands are remaining the same. And in general, they added the spectacularly because of the Pride Walk itself, in a way where there's always a lot of music, a lot of interesting people, a lot of games, and usually the atmospheres are very fun and nice to attend to. So they kind of wanted to, you know, combine the two worlds where they are creating like a whole fiesta out of it, but then in the other hand, they wanted to point out that they are still want to be very vocal about the issues that they're facing. And one very interesting thing to me that happened this year in Italy was in Rome Pride. And just to give you a bit of a context, so before the Pride, Pope Francis actually used the term faggotry and faggot as an insult, so as a slur. And he was talking about how people are accepted in the monastery and in the service and so on. And he said that there's no space for that and so on. And the sentences he used, what people for the Roma Pride did is that they re-owned them. So they used the same sentences Pope used, but they were so fun because there were a lot of people like in the street and a lot of signs with similar messages. And one of those signs was also this one. So there was like a lady on a motorbike, and there's like a huge line and like the entire streets of people behind her. But her sign says, "Attention, from here there are high levels of faggotry." So this is like an example which you can also commonly see in LGBTQ community, that usually slurs can be used in redirected way, in a way where we re-own those terms and kind of we try to, you know, make fun of it. And I guess that like this is quite successful for people, how they would later on process that this actually happened. And on the other side, I think that all of us are aware that whenever someone, especially a public figure, says something that's discriminating or insulting, and they are creating much bigger consequences in the society than they are aware of, but they're also creating consequences on us as victims, right? So in the end, what LGBTQ community does over the years is rehoning those terms and phrases and sentences. And there's a lot of these examples where basically you can just, you can find them almost on any event or in any country. I just highlighted some that I succeeded to find. But in general, this is a very nice way to you know, show that you are not okay with what that person said. And actually, I mean, the Pope became like the pride face, you know, without him actually wanting it or being informed about it. So that just kind of naturally happened. And afterwards, of course, he had to apologize. So there was like a huge event about it. And in the end, he realized the effects of the things he said. So the effect of this science that people created was highly effective. And when it comes to counter narratives, they're a bit different because we are not just sending one message, so we are creating a whole story. And counter storytelling has been seen to be quite successful when it comes to addressing those bystanders or the society who are watchers in general. And you remember that we said that usually people do not interact with hate speech and so on. So counter narratives are a great way to actually reach those people. Why? Because we can use counter narratives to tell the other side of the story, as it says here. And basically, let's say that you can do that in a following way. So if there's like a lot of comments that said, I don't know for you, but like in Serbia, that's also very, very popular. Like usually people who are, you know, they're not supporters, but they're not againsters, but you know, they're just somewhere in between. They would always say something like, "Oh, these people, what more do they want?" You know, and so on. And then in the recent years, when organizations in civil sector actually started to address some of those sentences that are quite common, they created series of videos, campaigns, blogs, podcasts, and similar that were telling the other side of the story, or what do they actually want. And they were talking about all of the privileges that they do not enjoy. They were talking about all of the downsides of our laws. They were talking about their personal experiences with their family, rejection, and things like that. And those were the moments when that wider part of the society actually started to, you know, become more aware that there are problems on the margins that they should know about. And they actually are able to relate to people in the LGBTQ community, even if they're not a part of it, and so on. So counter narratives are really, really nice thing to fight hate speech. Usually they consist of sharing some personal experiences, and some things that they're doing is that they're giving context. They're providing understanding and empathy. They're addressing issues. They're demanding actions. And this is quite similar actually when we see here to fact check and debunk. information. Usually some actually not usually, but some forms of hate speech are known to be just misinformation. I don't know if you remember, but I think that was last year, if my memory serves me, when monkeypox became like we knew about it, and then across all Balkan countries, but I know that also in Europe, there was a huge wave of hate speech towards gay men, which kind of said that, you know, if you know a gay person, do not like hang out or touch them, because they will probably, you know, lead you to the monkeypox epidemic and so on, which was completely, of course, not true. And you really need to fact check and debunk those information. So misinformation is also a thing that is widely spread, and it usually goes with hate speech because people are simply not educated. So that's why I guess most of you also recognize that moment of education as the primary thing that we should do. And if you ever want to engage or react to some hate speech comments, I definitely suggest using this, because I always feel much more empowered when I see a lot of hate comments, and then there are a couple of comments that explain the entire situation, give proper key points, tell truth, and also they list resources so you can see for your own. Because the point of this is not to, you know, fight with other person and say, once again, I'm right and you're wrong. The point of this is actually to say there are researches done by this, there are actually true information that are available, and so on. So you should actually direct them where they can educate themselves, you know. And that approach is way better than the one of hating them or accusing them and similar. But definitely when it comes to the other thing of exposing hate, this does not mean that you should insult the other person. This is more like that you should say something like, hatred or anger does not help our society. So this is just an example. But those type of messages are always way better than just targeting the person itself, because once again, then you're in the role of the perpetrator. So I wanted to show you some project results. And before we start with that, I wanted to say that we have been talking about hate speech and how we're going to combat that. And I know that probably you also see these comments. I know that you probably also have some inner circle of your people where you do not, like, you're not exposed as much to these comments. So what we are going to do today is that we are going to learn a bit more about them. And it's gonna be maybe a bit hard to read those or to see those, but in general, try to think of the counter narratives and counter messages that you are able to create to fight these things later on. So before we begin, take a deep breath, because I know this topic is not easy. And right now we are actually going to talk about all of the hate speech that was collected across all of your countries. And I have listed some examples in the presentation, but your task later on will be to go through those in the group. So what I kind of did is that because every country listed all of the hate speech comments they found, and they also analyzed them. So why is that particular sentence wrong and in which way? They also gave context to their societies and summarized nature of those hate comments. So what I did is that I also listed a summary, and then later on we'll see some examples. So usually hate speech towards LGBTQ community is oriented on threats. So this is way dangerous. As you can see, threats can take many forms, physical, social, economic, or any other. But in general, they're impacting mental and emotional well-being of the targeted group. Next, we have some insults, nicknames, and swear words. And this is this is usually mean to demean or belittle or insult people based on their gender and sexuality. And maybe they are not as severe as some that we will see, but in general they are creating that culture of hate and culture of aggression. So as it says here, also culture of intolerance and discrimination. So when you see these things, what they are actually doing, so the product of that is that we create a wave of thinking that this is a norm and this is okay, but it's not. And we should definitely address those things, even if, you know, we don't mind them maybe a lot sometimes, still, we should definitely address them, because that's simply not a way we should talk to each other. Some other things that are often seen are discrimination and sexism. And these are in general statements that are showing some negative attitudes or beliefs to someone based on their race or gender or sexuality and religion, and usually all of that combined as well. So these are also very much contributing to that culture of aggression. And they are putting people on margins, because when you marginalize people like as a perpetrator by doing the hate speech, you are actually the person who is also segregating the society. And that's really not your responsibility. It's not anyone's responsibility to segregate it, but rather we should be more alert how to unite people, not to, you know, segregate them even more. Some other things that are often seen are accusations, slander, and labeling. And these are usually false accusations and some damaging accusations against some individual or against some group of people. And usually those accusations or labeling, they're like, they are following all the other hate speech comments, but people think that, like, the perpetrators think that this is a way to justify the discrimination towards that group or that person, a way to justify the harassment itself. And in general, whenever you see some comments such as, oh, if you were something, then something else would happen, or if you weren't something, something else would happen. So these are just trying to justify why a person is experiencing discrimination in general, why a person is like they're responsible for them being excluded from the society. So this is kind of a, you know, putting responsibility on the victim, and we are not supposed to handle that in any way, of course. Some other things are generalizations, very dangerous, and stereotypes. So the example with the monkeypox that I just gave, that was this. So it was a stereotype, but also generalization that everyone who belongs to a group of gay men will be able to, you know, transfer the monkeypox. So that's just a generalization, and it's really not okay, because you cannot, like, put maybe even one small amount of information that you have and applied to some large group. Also, if some smaller group of people really did some actions or they have some characteristics or something like that, this does not mean that entire group of people is going to have that. And I mean, when addressing this, it's very you should approach carefully if you want to talk to people about it, because I think that most of people who are prone to generalize, they do not understand why they cannot generalize. And I remember one time I said on some workshop that I don't understand how we can segregate people's behavior based on their sexual orientation, because that, to me, that sounds okay. People with blue eyes will behave in this way, people with brown eyes will behave in this way, people with green eyes, like, it just, you know, it doesn't correlate, and I think it cannot be done. But then I heard from some guy, he was like, oh, it's not the same, you know, so it's always not the same. So whatever example you give them, it's always not the same. So if you really want to combat these things, I suggest to go very carefully, because you have to talk about things that are close to them and things that are related to their identity. Because if you say something that's so general, it's not going to be as effective, because people understand that that's like that's so wide, and it's, as they say, it's not the same, right? So try to tackle maybe some of their points of identities when you want to tackle these types of hate speech. And probably the most serious ones are calls to murder and incitement or call to violence. So this refers to all of the statements that are clearly calling for some action to murder, or calling for the killing of some person or a group. And that's in general the most extreme form of hateful speech. So once again, if we look at the online hate speech, remember that people there feel that moment of anonymity, and they are tend to be rage at higher scales, because they think that's not real. You know, if I say that in a comment, that does not harm anyone, but in the end, no one can undermine that. Whoever reads that comment is going to feel very very threatened in general. So, of course, we understand now how the consequences are later created. But when it comes to incitement and call to violence, this is also connected to those accusations that we talked about, because people want to justify violence. And okay. Let me just Easy, can you? Okay, good. Nice. So in general, these things want to justify the violence for some group based on some of their identity traits. And if there's not a direct call to murder, but there is call to some action, usually that would be violence. And let's see then some of the examples that we highlighted. And in general, I know that it's really not like easy to read those. It wasn't easy for me to also check the entire document of this, and probably it also wasn't as easy to collect this. But in I would say that we probably all see these type of comments. So it's not easy to do, but try not to try to maybe dissonate from these, and try to think how we can actually talk about this more, how we can make it public, how we can expose it, how we can tackle those topics, and explain why is it important to prevent this type of behaviors in our communities. So here you have some examples. I'm not going to read all of those, but I'm just going to read you the analysis, so you can see the phrases right here in native and English languages. And as you can see, we have a phrase that suggests that military discipline would correct or change LGBTQ behavior, implying that such identities need fixing in general. In the next example, we see high resistance to some language norms, and in general to evolving of a language. And keep in mind that language is always it's a thing that changes through time. And that's very normal. We have experienced that almost every 5 to 10 to 20 years. In some larger spans of time, we changed our languages completely. And of course, that correlates with our history and so on. So language has since forever been a thing that's constantly changing. And then when we see this type of comments, they are obviously ignoring the fact that that's already happening without introducing any of the as they say, he, she, they stuff. So without including any of the pronouns that we want to introduce into the language. Usually they think that that's corrupting some traditional language or societal values, of course. And here we also have one example that where in a TV show in January, there was they made a lot of stigmatizing statements about LGBT community or people actually, and there was an artist, Ermira Murati. She's also known as the Orange Girl. She received a lot of death threats because she actually painted one picture which featured a kiss between leaders of Kosovo and Serbia. And I don't know if you saw the picture, but in general, that picture is really not related to LGBTQ community. It's very much more related to like it's a political statement, and the dependency, their relationships, how countries are handling the negotiation process and everything else, and it's really not connected to LGBTQ community at all, but somehow people see what they want to see. And the girl who painted that, she received even death threats to for that. So this is really not like there was even no base for the hate towards the girl. However, the thing is that this is where we are supposed to debunk the information and once again educate people. So we should definitely try to see how to fact check, to see what's the background of the picture, to present to those people who are the haters, because they're obviously not understanding the concept of her art. Some other examples that we see here, phrase shame to the family, which is often used in public, but in private conversations as well, to ostracize or exclude LGBTQ community, suggesting that their identities are bringing some dishonor to their families, right? So I remember, as I said, this is also a thing in Serbia, and I remember that when the campaign that I mentioned earlier, I'm Not Disowning, was launched, that was one of probably the best campaigns I ever saw to address this connection that occurs between parents and the child. So think about those ways how to address this as well. This is one popular probably in all of the language. It's Adam and Steve, not Adam, or actually it's Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. So this is used when someone just wants to point out that being homosexual is not in someone's nature or in general people's nature. So belonging to LGBT community is something unnatural. And next one, we have some, we had like a Twitter post, and the Twitter post was, they were in general sharing some information, and I think it was a story, about, I think it was like some story related to LGBTQ awareness, and then there was like a hate comment that that kind of insinuated that if the dad of that person was like that, meaning gay, they wouldn't be complaining on Twitter right now. So this is usually present with the intention where you firstly wish that that person was never born, but also to say that if that homosexuality was normal, you wouldn't be here because the reproduction is very important, and like you wouldn't have the opportunity to do what you do now if LGBTQ community had rights in the time of your dad or whatever. So something like that is in general. I think that people really, when they write these type of comments, they never think about like the deeper analysis of their own words as in this way. So for me, it was actually very interesting to read the analysis that all of the countries collected. And let's see other examples. So here we have some comment that in general says that only opposite sex marriage should be allowed because different types of partnerships are they're considered to be debauchery and moral degeneration. So once again, some traditional norms that people want to follow, and all in the name of reproduction, right? And yeah, here we have one example from Bosnia, and I'm just gonna give a bit of a context to the story. So in the past couple of months, there was a lot of hate speech targeted toward one of the political persons. And that politician, he was actually being targeted for belonging to LGBTQ community, but in general, they wanted to paint him as inadequate for the position because he's belonging to the LGBTQ community, right? So one of the more common hate comments was that he should get away from children. And in general, this is also very common in all of the countries where children are not supposed to learn about other sexual identities because once again, people are afraid what's going to happen to their children if they think that such a behavior is okay, right? And that just shows like lack of empathy in general, because what if in the end, right, their child really belongs to the LGBT community, like they cannot know that and they cannot decide on that in general. Okay, and for the last example, I actually have one with an activist twist, where there was one graffiti painted in Pristina, and the graffiti said "Kill the gays," right? And the thing is that graffiti was reported to the police a couple of times, and they didn't react and they didn't remove it. But the thing is that then some activists from a local organization came and they just replaced the word "kill" with "kiss." So this is also quite a good approach towards hate speech, because when you want to create a counter message or a counter narrative, it's really good to play with the words, to use puns, to kind of also, replace some of the letters. And the thing about graffitis is that anyone can paint them, so it's way easier. It's actually way harder to do something about those people. But what you can do for the rest of the society is try to come up with a way how to cover it in maybe some more creative way. So really nice job that Pristina activists did with this one. Okay, take a pause right now, breathe in, breathe out, as I say. I know it's not very nice to talk about these things, but I think it's very important to talk about it, because in general we are supposed to see how we can prevent this type of online bullying in the future. So as I said, what do we do now with all this information and all the hate speech? We want to stop that, right? So that's why we're kind of our topic for the rest of the day. And here I have a t-shirt reference. We need a more colorful world, because the more diversity that we have in all of our societies, that's natural that societies are going to progress. And when I say diversity, I mean all types of diversities. So when you get back to that story of how or towards whom or which part of someone's identities hate speech is usually targeted, remember that diversities are really, really needed, because and that hate speech, it does not deserve to be louder just because it's a hate speech. We should actually try to be louder, right? And in order to do that, there's quite an effective things that where usually people are creating some local initiatives or local campaigns. So we are gonna talk about campaigns, right? And before we continue with this one, let's get back to our Mentimeter. And first of all, I wanted to say that I know it's, as I said, I know it's not very very fun or even a good feeling to read about all these things, but I would really appreciate if we can kind of take all of the things that we just read and found out about, and kind of use all of these feelings that you listed in the beginning of the session to undermine that hate speech, and to actually, see what we can create ourselves to kind of fight that language. So if you're ready, our fight will be to create a campaign, and I want to hear from you. What do you think a promo campaign is, and why do we create it in general? Code is in the chat, by the way, or you have this one? Create some kind of changes in our community. Nice. Raise awareness. Raise awareness. Yeah. What can a promo campaign do outside of raising awareness? Sorry, just had to take my charger. Boosts visibility and interest in a product or event. Exactly. And in NGO, what is our product? It's probably our values, right? Or some goals that we want to tackle. Encourage the audience to interact with the content. Yes, exactly. So we do not want them only to be watchers, we want them to take part in it. Some other ideas? Promoting a cause, creating space for education, dialogue, space where we can tackle differences in opinions, promotional campaigns, critical tools for reaching and engaging the target audience, right? Visibility and interest, we read that one. Change things and be more productive, yes. Allowing marketers to target specific demographics with tailored messages. Nice, okay. So yes, we have a concept of campaign in marketing, but today we are also going to see and promotion, marketing and promotion. But today we are also going to talk about campaigns in NGO sector, so we can see how we can also utilize that one. So let's see our other question. So when we talk about campaign, I want to ask you, what do you think are some phases or some key elements of the campaign? So what should a campaign have? Clear and key message. Clear objectives, target audience, goals. So when you have a key message, do you also need to deliver the key message somewhere? Informative introduction, elaborate explanation, adapted to target audience. Try to think also, where are you communicating with the target audience. So the message, how are you going to get it to the target audience? Okay, I'm gonna help you out later on. Okay, so we are gonna get back to our presentation. And yes, we are gonna talk about promotional strategies and how to create them. And first of all, how for that to be a successful strategy. So in case you didn't do this in the past, as we saw, that there are some people who did not take part in some campaigns in general, no worries. We're gonna go through everything right now, and then you're gonna have a moment for to kind of adapt and contribute to the campaign of your own. So first of all, let's see what's a campaign. You mentioned some of the things, and I would now want to tackle that, but in the NGO sector. So why would an organization in civil society sector organize a campaign or a promotional campaign? So there are several reasons. One of them is to raise revenue or to gather some funds. So it can be, for example, a campaign to reach the donors or something like that. It can be to engage some of the new members, or to attract volunteers, to add some people to their board memberships and so on. So all types of members. It can also be to maybe attract more participants in their activities. So depending on the activity they're promoting, right? And lastly, they want to probably maximize the results. So the last thing is also what we are going to do today, where we want people to, see everything that's being done throughout this project. And in general, I mean, when it comes to non-governmental sector, you will probably target all of these things because this is just a reason why you're doing something. But we're going to talk about goals in a couple of minutes. So some of the key elements, you mentioned already a couple of those, and I'm going to add the other stuff. So first of all, we need to define goals, target groups. Someone mentioned key message. Yes, we need to define what's the key message. So what's the effect that we want to do, and then we need to create some content. So how are we going to do that? Then we need to define channels of communication. So how are we going to reach people that we want to reach, our target group? And we need to talk, of course, a bit about the budget. So do we have enough money to do this, to do that? And in general, like to support the entire process stuff. So who is involved in this? How are we doing this? Who will complete which phase of the campaign and so on? And in the end, all of that is leading to an impact where when the campaign is finished, we definitely have to see how did it go, right? So in some simple words, this is actually what? This is actually a picture here. So let's try to refresh it. Okay, we're just gonna do this then. So in some simple words, if you did not run into these terms, you need to define who, where, why, what, and when you're going to do this. So this is everything that we are also going to do today. And we are actually going to try to create a draft of the campaign strategy, which will later on be used in the organizations that are participating in this project. So you have the opportunity to share what do you think could be interesting for them to complete and also to take part in it if you want to. So let's see now how we are able to define all of the things that that we need for our campaign. So when we talk about goals, we have to define some clear and measurable goals. Maybe you also heard about SMART goals. SMART goals is something that is also very helpful, and it's a technique that is used to kind of create clear, measurable, timely, and attention goals, in a way where you want to define what is it that you want to do, but you need to set realistic goals as well, in a way where if I say, okay, I want more people to see my campaign, that's not enough. So I need to say, okay, my ultimate goal is to promote the campaign to young people aged from 13 to 18, so puberty age, high school age, and I need to reach at least 300 people in the span of 6 months. So that would be an example of a SMART goal, where you need to be as specific as possible. So when we are talking about NGO campaigns, I've listed some of the goals that we usually have, and those are either increasing donations, growing email subscriber lists. So if you want people to join the newsletter you're creating or something like that, raising awareness. And there's an asterisk here because this is going to be our goal for today. So the goal of our campaign will be to raise awareness. Other options that you can use are to boost volunteer signups or some participation for the activity, engagement on social media, so when you want to rise your visibility, and drive website traffic, also related to the visibility of the organization. Next, target groups. So for NGO, target groups are usually volunteers, donors, or primary supporters. So these can be some members of the organization, or in general, your target group. Let's say that if you're working with young people, they're probably your supporters, right? Or if you're working with LGBTQ high schoolers, then they are your supporters. So this depends on your mission and also on the goals of your organization. So maybe your organization is working with all of the young people on all of the topics. So that's why the target group can be a bit wider. But when you define a target group for a campaign, it would be good that the target group is the same as the one of your mission in the organization. However, it should be a bit more specific. Don't say just all of the young people in the world, but what you should instead do is to identify some of their demographic information. So how old are they? Where do they live? Also, what are their interests? How do they behave online? And since we are gonna work with online campaigns today, this is going to be our focus. So how are people behaving online? Which websites are they following? Which platforms are they using? And similar. And in general, you should, as I said, understand how does your audience interact with some of your content and campaigns. So how do you want to reach them? You need to know all of these things about them, so you can see later on which channel of communication you need to use. Next thing, we have the content, and someone used the phrase key message. So you need to define what is your key message. So what is the point of this campaign? What do you want people, to hear or remember? Or, it can be like one sentence that it's going to get stuck in our heads. And other things that you should definitely consider for your content is, does this content align with the mission and goals of your entire organization? So is it something that you're in general advocating for? How many phases does the campaign have? This is influencing the content, because if the campaign is lasting for a year, you probably have like 10 phases. If the campaign is lasting for a month, you probably have 1 to 3 phases, depending on what you want to do. Then you should definitely, if you have more phases, you should determine what are goals for every of those phases. Also, what channels do you think should be used for those contents? So it's not the same if I say, okay, we're gonna create a podcast, and then audio podcast. I can publish it to Instagram, but it would be way better if I then have both audio and video and then publish it to Instagram. Okay. But if it's just an audio, maybe I should use Spotify or something like that. So that is what you should also think about when you're creating content. Think about the channels as well. I need to accept someone. I don't see a message for that. So I think Isabel, do you see that someone wants to join?
Yeah, I already accepted them.
Okay, done. Thank you for the message, also. Okay, so when it comes to the content, outside of channels, what could be helpful for you is to think if you have some other campaigns, what was successful in those previous campaigns. So if you did something in the past and if you did it good, right? Try to remember and check your previous analysis to see what was very effective. So how did you get that amount of people to follow your Instagram page? How did you get that many views on your TikTok reel? How did you get 2,000 listeners on Spotify, let's say? How did you invite 100 people to the online event, offline event, whatever the campaign was about, okay? So it's good to reuse it because obviously for your target groups, that is working. And when it comes to channels, definitely you need to determine, is it online or offline? As I said, today we're going to focus only on online campaigns, but this is in general when you're creating, and of course you can combine these. So I think that everything that is happening offline, like in person, it needs to get promoted online, because otherwise you just need to spread the word of mouth, and of course it's easier to reach people via internet today. So probably even if it's offline, you would combine these. Then think about where is your target group and how you can connect with them. So if your target group is belonging to age of 13 to 18, it's probably not going to use the same platform as a target group that belongs to a group from 50 to 60. So this is very important. And in general, the better you define your target group, the easier it is going to be to create everything else. So that's why I mentioned in the beginning, you need to be as specific as possible. And what content format should you use for that channel? So this is what I mentioned. So if you want to create a podcast, think about the channel that's the best for the podcast. If you do not have a video of the podcast itself, like with the guests and the speakers and so on, maybe then you should think about the content to, create some animation video that will follow the story of that podcast or something like that. So you need to adjust the content for the channels. Okay. And once again, I don't know why pictures don't want to load, but let's see it here. Maybe if I just refresh it, it's going to be a bit easier. We covered a lot of things. Okay. So let's try again. Okay. So when it comes to channels, here are some examples that you can use. Of course, social media, but then you also need to define which one. So is it Instagram, WhatsApp, Twitter, or X, Threads, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, and I don't know if I missed any, but yeah. So which of those should you use? Website. Do you have a website, or does your partner has a website? So that's a good start. Email. Are you going to send everything about the campaign via email and use email marketing? Text messaging. Are you going to reach people via texts? And I guess direct mail is not very used in today's world, but I think it can be popular because especially today, when people receive something like a physical letter, it's very, different experience because we're actually not used to it. So that's also not a bad choice of channel. Ads, or actually here we have some printed ads, but once again, this can be transferred to the online sphere, where right now in every single platform that you choose, you have an option to include some ads there about your campaign. So even in YouTube, you probably saw like a lot of times that your videos are being interrupted, or in websites when you're reading, there are ads in the articles and so on. Flyers, also for offline activities. So flyers, and what I think it's very popular are stickers. So stickers are very easy to print. You just need to create a design. And then when you print the sticker, you can put it anywhere. So like maybe you have some places where usually people put stickers. I know that like a lot of coffee shops usually, or some benches or some walls even, and so on. Radio or TV slot, and this is probably something that we are not using as much in NGO sector, but I can say that I've been working a lot with some organizations that are mainly working in media, and they really like to promote all of their activities with news portals in Serbia. And it's quite successful because then maybe they're not reaching the participants who are going to come to their activities, or volunteers and similar, but they're definitely reaching donors. And all of their key stakeholders are probably, seeing them there. So that's also a good tactic. Okay. Budget and stuffing. So budget, for what do you need it? Advertising, some subscriptions for softwares, and in general campaign expenses. You should definitely consider, do you have the budget for some promo activities like running ads on any social media platform or somewhere else, printing and so on. Then of course, this is correlated with both of those. Are you hiring professionals for design, marketing, promotional activities, or some analytics? So who is doing this? And if you're hiring someone, then do you have the money for that? Is it your existing thing that's working on the campaign? Do you also have the budget for them? Do they have the right skills? Do you maybe have an option to give them some training about it before they start doing it? Let's say as an example is what we are doing today. So we are going to have the training about this first, and then we are going to produce something, right? And lastly, impact. So for every analysis, you should define an impact, because impact is kind of important to you, and you should address it in all phases. First of all, when campaign is still did not start, so it's just in plan phase, you need to identify what are your key performance indicators, or KPIs. I know it's a very economic term, but an example of this would be what I said in the beginning. So I want 300 people to be reached by this campaign. I want to have 1,000 subscribers. I want to have 200 new followers. I want to have 50 participants. So those are all some performance indicators. It's also good to identify how many posts, for example, you want to create. Let's say we need to create 1 post per week about this or about some topic. So you can also go in that direction. Keeping track of campaign in general will help you also during the campaign, because then you can make some better decisions if you see that campaign is going in some direction that was maybe not planned or something like that. And in the end, when you are finished with the campaign, definitely should measure the success of it, because you should then, like when you identify what was good and what was not good, you'll know for next time, right? So then you will know what are the spaces for improvements, and you will also know how to address those things in the future. And also, if you did something right, you have an example when you create a campaign next time. Okay. Here are also some examples for impacts. website metrics, social media metrics, email metrics. So this is something that usually people who are dealing with analytics, or for all of those project coordinators, when you're writing reports, this is something that you're probably addressing there. So metrics in general is important because, of course, we are proving what we did, but we also need to use them as information for next time. Okay. Before we begin, I just wanted to ask, do you maybe have some questions? If yes, you can write them in the chat, and I'll address them. So for impact, channels, content, messages, target groups. Okay, I guess we can continue. If there's something, feel free to write it down here. I'm gonna check it. So what are other things that you should consider for the campaign is definitely who can assist you with that or who can support you. So if you want to launch a successful campaign, it would be good to have some good network of people around you, so you can collaborate with them. So who can that be? Some of the donors, major donors, some of your staff, some of your volunteers, board members, some NGO with whom you're cooperating. For example, in this project, there are a lot of project partners, but for every one of those NGOs, they probably have some NGO in their local city or country with whom they are cooperating on some other activities. So maybe they can also help out. Non-profit influencers, sponsors, or some local business. Usually some smaller local businesses can also help you out. So what can these people do for you? First of all, you can ask them to share your campaign, of course, on their website, social networks, and similar. But you can also invite them to the events. You can also, for example, for influencers, I also started seeing that much more in latest months, and I would say maybe in last year, where there's a lot of influencers which are usually talking about some social topics, and then NGOs are reaching out to them to kind of, talk together about some topic, because influencers already have a great target audience and they already have a huge network of supporters. So when they work with you, your work is simply going to be more visible. Same applies for sponsors. So if you have some companies, that's also great, or some local business. Let's say maybe you have your local coffee shop or some place like that, and you're friends with with them, if I can say, with the owners and so on, or with the guests and so and similar. So you can talk to those people. You can ask them. For example, this is mainly helpful if we are talking about donations. For raising awareness campaigns, maybe not as much. Maybe you can ask them to host some event there, or to put like a poster or something like that, stickers that I mentioned. But it's very much helpful for fundraising in general. Okay. So what you should definitely consider is to use some of the events that are existing in the moment when you want to launch the campaign. So if there are some events, you could probably then promote your campaign at the event. So that can be various events. It can be maybe some event openings or some exhibitions, some festivals. It can even be protests, prides, similar. So do you have like some event with whom you're connected and your topic is of course connected, and could you get somehow there and launch your campaign or some phase of your campaign there? Also, are there some dates that are important and or relevant to your topic? So this is usually some international day of something, national day of something. So that's quite interesting to use in your campaign, and maybe to make that as a start date of your campaign or end date of your campaign. So probably you saw this a lot for also for 8th of March. for Women's Day, I know that almost everyone starts preparing this campaign like right about now. And in November, they start with the campaign and then they launch their final thing for Women's Day. So, I mean, same happens for Pride months probably and every other month. And yeah, so also what is helpful, think about your target group. So if you have specified the target group well enough, think about, are there like some events, some activities where they would be? So how you can reach them. So it doesn't only have to be online, of course, it can be offline, online, but usually how we also do this is that for every partners meeting that we have for some of the projects in my organization, we usually mention something from our other projects as well, and we ask people to spread the word and share the results and similar. So that's also nice. And yeah, definitely create a calendar of the activities. What are key events? What are tasks in every phase? What are the deadlines? And in the end, when you put it in one timeline, it's just going to be easier for you to follow. Okay. Now we're going to see a couple of examples of campaigns. So before we do that, I just want you to, let me just open the chat. I just want you to write in the chat how familiar or how helpful was these key concepts about the campaign. So how do you feel about creating a campaign right now? If you want, you can share an emoji or write a message. I also listed the question in the chat if it's easier for you. Okay, thank you. I'm happy to hear that it was helpful. The rest of the crew. Mm-hmm. Nice. Okay. Let's see then some examples of campaigns. And I tried to find examples across all of our countries, but I actually found a lot more examples, probably because I know them by heart from Serbia. So you're going to see some from Serbia, but I also found some international examples. So they are mostly videos on YouTube. So I'm going to share them with you. And then after we see a campaign, I'm going to ask you, like, if you can see what's their target group, what's the key message and similar. So okay, so the first one is okay, give me a second here. So the first one is about collecting donations. So that's their message, and every single one of these videos is usually about a minute or two. So let's watch them. Okay. So if you can write in the chat, what do you think, who is their target group? Who is their target group for this first video? So we see their kind of a key message is to collect more donations. Senida, yeah, I have to admit, she's my favorite. So often she's my next in YouTube playlist. I have some better examples than Senida, so yeah. Here, if it's easier for you, I'm just gonna get it back so you can see what are the target groups. There are no wrong answers. Come on. What do you think? Are the donors target groups? Are there volunteers? Or in general, supporters? So who donates money in general? The Voice donates. Okay. Well, I mean, in this case, it's both for their supporters and maybe donors, but it's mainly targeting the wider audience. So someone wrote here adults. Yes, that would be something like that. Let's see another example.
Just because you have
Okay, let me just.
today does not mean that you will have rights tomorrow.
We are seeing a record-breaking number of anti-LGBTQ and especially anti-trans legislation.
They're terrified of us because they don't like our freedom. Sit there looking so good, thinking that you think the fight is over. The fight has just begun. You come from a family of revolution. That is the foundation from which you were born. You literally come from human beings who not only know how to picket, we know how to win. This is the civil rights issue of our time. And we're fighting for trans justice. We're also fighting for racial justice. We're fighting for reproductive justice. We're fighting for immigrant rights. We're fighting against anti-Semitism and xenophobia and white supremacy. We are going to be centering equality and liberation for all, period, and without exception. Mark my words. We're not going anywhere. Now get out and begin.
So here we have one campaign. They are in general aimed to call to an action, but also to kind of say that pride is a way of fighting back. And as you can see, they want to unite all of the people who are attending the pride, because it's not just about one marginalized community. So here we have that intersectional and cooperation that I was mentioning earlier, which is really nice. So here, their target group, who do you think are? are maybe members of these marginalized groups or someone else? Yes, so in general here they want to talk to people in those communities. So that's the target group. Yes. Let's see a couple of more.
No one quite understood what you were going through. For me, there was a lot of shame.
This is a very short one, so I'm just gonna play it from the beginning again.
No one quite understood what you were going through. For me, there was a lot of shame.
I wish other people had known that.
That gender is tricky and the worst, and that whatever works for you is the best thing possible. Just because other people may have trouble accepting your identity, trying to be happy doesn't make you a bad person.
And that's all. And then Sunita again. So as you can see, sometimes very short videos can actually be the one that are kind of bringing the message. And sometimes you don't really have to use a lot of words, a lot of sentences. We can use kind of cutouts and so on. And the message will be there because people will have to use their imagination to create the rest of the story. And I think these type of campaigns are also my favorite because they really kind of embrace you, you know, to think a lot more than you would. Because when I read like an entire text on something, yes, I then understand the topic. But when I want someone to kind of, you know, jog me and say, hey, your attention should be here right now, and to, you know, call me to think about it, I think these videos are really much better. Better approach. Let's see a couple of more. So here, I don't have a video. So here we have one campaign, also from Belgrade Pride, and I'm gonna translate it. So the campaign is called "What is Bothering Me," but the verb "bothering" is actually used for something else in Serbian language. So this verb that you see here, "žulja," is actually used when something is not fitting quite right, and quite often it happens when you have like maybe some small rocks, you know, falling, or something else falling into your shoes, and then like it kind of bothers you, you want to remove it. And they created an entire campaign that was called like "What was bothering me," using that same word. So as I said, wordplay, very nice strategy. And as you can see, you have a shoe, there's a colorful rock, so all of the messages are there. And this was a campaign that was also lasting for about a year. And here I translated it, their call to action, sorry. So they actually created an initiatives, and the petition should be signed by a lot of people in the country, because when you sign the petition, then that organization has the ability to send that initiative to the parliament, and they are supposed to talk about it, right? So a lot of people signed this petition, and they did send the initiative. We still did not like have that on official debate in the parliament in Serbia. However, this was one of the most successful campaigns because also a lot of famous people were included. So a lot of singers. And probably you know that singing culture is very, very, very important in the Balkans. But in general, they included some people who are famous for the past 20, 30 years. So people who are famous not only in Gen Z society, but also our parents, our grandparents. So people who have been there for quite some time. And that was really one of the most successful campaigns. So that's also a nice example of a campaign. So this is just like a post, And of course, they had like a lot of phases of this campaign, but this is one example. So how they wanted to tackle this topic, and call to action was to sign the petition. And then of course they had created like a couple more posts about this. And here I have one more example. There's one organization also in Serbia that they actually have a youth news portal that is super popular. It's called Zoomer, and they are really doing a lot of cool topics, a lot of projects at the same time. So they are honestly very reliable source of information for young people. So that's really good. And they launched a podcast that's called 8 Colors. So this here says 8 colors. And as you can see, there are indeed 8 colors in the logo. So I actually wanted to show you this podcast is about LGBTQ rights, and also about some other rights such as workers' rights or economic rights and female rights and similar. So they actually have a podcast, and I'm just going to show you their first post so you can see how they kind of started and then builded the visibility of the podcast. Okay, so here they're starting. So first of all, they also included everything that their how did I say, Zoomer news portal is is doing related to LGBTQ community. So until they actually got followers on this account, because it's a separate one, they included the main account. So that's a good strategy, and that's also the partnership that I was mentioning in the beginning. Then they also wrote about some ongoing events that were happening in Serbia that year, and here is what I really like how they did it. They also covered the topic of elections in Serbia. So they were kind of trying to tackle different aspects of some social issues that are occurring, but are all of them related to LGBTQ community. And in general, what like maybe the best thing they did is that they invited a lot of public persons to comment on some topics related once again to LGBT stories. So here we have this girl that you are seeing here, or this woman. She's actually a very famous activist in Serbia, so they called her. Then we have this guy. He's a lawyer for Belgrade Pride. So he's also the person who is prosecuting and filing for law cases related to discrimination. So they offer kind of a free counseling and free lawyer support. So he's the one doing it. So they kind of invited people who are already famous in this world, and that's how, you know, they build it up, the community. So here you have more of those examples. Yeah, they also called some Eurovision, not Eurovision, but like, you know, national Eurovision contest participants to comment on some things. Then they created blogs, so that's also a nice one. And in general, they really kind of built the community by incorporating a lot of different people into promotion of the podcast, and then they called them to those podcasts as well. So that was very interesting. So they kind of used all of the people they know in the world to promote the podcast. And now they just started, like a couple of days ago, they started a new series where they were interviewing visitors of Belgrade Pride that occurred last week, and they were inviting all of them to like say why are they in Belgrade, and there was a lot of international people, so they also interviewed all of the internationals they found. So that's also a nice idea. So now it's not related to the podcast, but they are sharing it here, you know, because it's an interesting part of their campaign that they're doing. And yes, I think that's my my last example. Okay, so once again, where is our chat? Let me just open it. Okay. So what do I want to hear from you? You can use just an emoji. How do you feel now about the hate speech and campaign? What's your energy level? Here, I'm gonna add mine. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Good. Okay, while rest of the crew enters their emojis, nice. I see that you're enjoying. Okay, so for our next activity, we are going to work together in group to present, or actually, firstly to think about how we are gonna do this. So next session, we're starting with the brainstorm session, and yeah, before we begin, we're gonna have a short break. So we have a 15-minute break, and I would also just need your assistance because I know that not all of you have have answered the survey, like pre-workshop survey. So in case there's someone here who did not fill out the survey, I have just sent it to the chat, and I'll just ask you to complete it before our next workshop. So that's it for this session, and let's have a 15-minute break, and we're back here at 1:46. Okay,
Okay, thank you.
nice. See you.
So he took the people, because we moved that.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Let's just see if everyone is here. I see some people are joining. Nice. Okay. You can just add a reaction just to know that you're here. Something like this. So in the bottom of your screen, you have reaction option. Or in the chat, that's also fine. Nice. Okay. Okay, as I can see, I think most of the people are back. Yeah. So what we are gonna do now is that we are going to actually do some practical work. And I'm just gonna share firstly how we are gonna do that. So let me open the presentation, yeah. So first of all, we're gonna have a short session right now. So it's just a half an hour before our lunch break. And Isabel here is going to separate you in the breakout rooms. And the breakout rooms are going to last for 25 minutes, but you should keep track of your time. And I'm going to, of course, go through the breakout room so I can see what are you doing, how is it going, and if I can help somewhere. So firstly, to get a bit more familiarized with all of the results that we have. And I know that some of you probably already read it, but for all of those who didn't, we're firstly going to spare the 10 minutes to read the results. And I'm going to send you the link where you can do that in the chat. And then you should discuss in your team just like a short brainstorm. What are your ideas? How you can create a campaign to promote these results? So remember that we said that our goal is to raise awareness about harmful language, about hate speech language, and taking into consideration everything that we did so far. You're able to see like what were the key points. And so for now, you should just read the results and start with the brainstorming. And then next thing that we are going to do is that we are going to identify the target groups. So I'm going to share a Miro board with you somewhere after 10 or 15 minutes of your breakout room. So I'm going to give you a link later on. So let's firstly start with the results. So here you can find the results of collected hate speech across every country. So when you scroll down, you'll see every country. So they are aligned one after another, so you can just scroll down. My suggestion is to divide within your team who is going to read which country. And so you don't need to read all of them by yourself, but you should in general, like as a group, be familiar of some key concepts. So let me share the link. Here it is. And Isabel, you can start the break rooms.
Okay, just give me a second.
And leave me in the general room so I can go across all the rooms.
It's got right. So I already sent invitation to all the participants. So all of you should find a message in order to join to the small groups.
Mhm. So when a screen to join a breakout room appears, go to the breakout room.
From what I see here, only one person has joined the room number 2.
Mm-hmm.
And then room number 3 also, most of them.
Mm-hmm. If there's a lot of people in one group, maybe we can divide them further on or let them work in that group.
Yeah, because they were all supposed to be 4. But let me try this.
By the way, I don't see the breakout rooms, so I think maybe when you're finished, maybe to transfer me the host role.
Okay, yeah, I'll definitely do it right now. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay, it's there. Mm. Okay, I see in room 3 there are 4 participants. In room 2, they haven't joined yet, and in room 1, 1 person is joined. Hi, rest of the crew. You should accept to join into the breakout room and then start reading the results. Donica, I'm gonna transfer you then to a breakout room. Okay. We are back into the main room. Yeah, I think everyone is here. So just to let you know, we are going to continue working on our target groups and then later on the content and channels in the next session. So for now, we are pausing the group work, but I see you already have some idea, which is cool. So we are going to go for a break. It's a half an hour lunch break. So be back here at 2:45, and then we're going to continue. See ya for now. Hello. Okay. When you're back, let us know. Some people already wrote in the chat, so you can write it in the chat or just leave a reaction here so we can know you're there. Mhm. Here some people are joining.
Чуєш? Ziua care nu e ca cu pantova.
Okay, I think everyone is back. If someone joins, I'm gonna let them into the rooms. So we are continuing where we left off, and that would be identifying our target groups. So now you're going to have a 20-minute breakout room back in the same groups. And the first thing you should do for 10 minutes is to identify the target group. And the second thing you should do is to identify the type of content that you want to use. So to do that, we're going to use the Miro board. So I'm sharing firstly the link in the chat. And here it is. Give me just a second. Okay, and you should find your group. So we have 1 and 3, and group 1. So here you should start with identifying your target group. I see already started, so you can finish populating it. And same applies for the group 3. I see already started, so you can finish populating that. After 10 minutes, I'm just gonna join and see, but if you finish before that, you can jump onto the next step. So you can see an arrow pointing out to the content definition. So here, step 2 is to see what type of content you want to create. So you should cover what is your campaign message, what's the format you're going to use, which colors do you want to use in a design, and what's your end goal effect with this content. So how are people going to feel after this? So I'm going to start the break groups right now. Give me just a sec. Give me a moment here. Okay. Okay, so groups have started. So you should join your group when you see the pop-up. Okay, so groups are there, and we can start. Okay, let's just see group 1. I think they're finishing something. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, you're back. Nice, nice. Okay, everyone. So we're just gonna have a brief overview of what you did so far. I'm just gonna give you some navigations, and then we can continue with defining channels of communication and the content finalization. So let's firstly see what you did so far. We're gonna check group number 1. Here it is. So group number 1, do you want to share a bit about your target groups and then later on? You're not talkative.
Sure, here. And so, as a target audience, we listed young people, women, and marginalized groups, as you can see. Should I just go through the whole thing, or?
Yeah, you can just highlight the points. Yeah.
Okay. So we wanted to target the young people between the ages 15 and 30, because that's usually the group of young people that are present on social media. And we decided to choose the people who aren't already in youth activism, who aren't involved in human rights in different activities in NGOs, but they care more about having fun, watching something that interests them, talking to people online, and they like being accepted in the society and being, you know, cool between their peers. And they lack awareness and understanding of the impact that their hate speech has. So they say things without thinking, and they don't think about how it affects others. They spend a lot of time online, and they usually follow, we focused on comedy, but offensive comedy. It's usually those funny videos that have a very toxic story or point behind them. And music, because a lot of rappers have very offensive music. And that's pretty much that for this first part.
Okay, and when it comes to the content, how are you gonna do it?
When it comes to content, we're going to focus about video. We're going to focus on videos, making videos, and especially reels, because they attract attention. And young people are probably gonna stop to, you know, watch it rather than read a text or something like that. And we are going to use color blue, and we want to make young people feel responsible for their actions, and to make them aware of the consequences that their words have. And also, I skipped this part. So to show them that hate speech isn't cool, but rather very harmful, and to teach them what hate speech is and how to report it and how to support those who are affected.
Okay, cool. Very, very nice idea. I think the second group also has the target group of people who actually they are more focused on perpetrators, but did I understand that you're more focused on the people who are maybe neutral, maybe not taking part in hate speech as a victim or perpetrator?
Perpetrators and neutral.
Okay. Then my suggestion is just to think about where do you reach those people, especially if they're not in your inner circles, or if your organization is not having some activities that are working specifically with those people. So it would be also good maybe to think about some partnerships, like in which events can you find these people, or literally, if you post a message, what do you need to do so they can see that? Because they're on the maybe on the other side of the internet.
Well, we wrote in the third part because we started that as well, but we would focus on those young people that follow different individuals, influencers that we know about, and we can find those people online mostly.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And we
Okay.
can partner with organizations that work with young people who are in those backgrounds.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Nice. Then you can then just continue. I think it's pretty good. Maybe just keep in mind like what type of the video or the message would be, since you have age group from 15 to
Mhm.
30. And I noticed you wrote here TikTok and Instagram. So maybe just try to consider like, is the TikTok also a good channel?
Mhm.
Because I mean, I do not want to generalize, but like TikTok is the best used if for age groups of like 10 to 25, 10 to 25, and then a bit less in 25 to 30, and then a bit less from 30 to like
Mhm.
upwards. But in general, pretty good. You can then just continue working.
Okay.
And let's see the second group. So who wants to share your idea?
I think I could sort of summarize it, and Elsa and other participants can fill me in if I forget anything. We decided to focus on the perpetrators because one of the biggest problems we noticed is that they're very, very detached from the consequences the hate speech has. So we decided to focus on people ages from 17 to 30, as most of the hate speech comes from them. They usually can be found in the sort of sports related social media groups. They are usually anonymous and use fake accounts. So for the awareness gaps, it's, well, as I said, not understanding that it has real life consequences on real people, and they're, as I said, detached from those things. For the content part of it, we decided it could be like series of videos in which people who were targeted by hate speech could speak on it. So we can make people more aware that it does have consequences, and as we put on our campaign's message, social media is not like a cushion that protects people from consequences. And we decided for the color purple, as its meaning is empathy. The green does symbolize harmony, but it would be too much like ecology related. And our end goal is developing a sense of empathy and raising it for the people who think they're actually anonymous and without consequences for their speech and words.
Mm-hmm. Okay, nice. You did not start with this one, so okay, you can go in that direction. Same applies as for the first group. Think about how are you going to get to these people, and to both of you, to both groups, great job. I see you went in great directions, and messages I think are also pretty important because this is going to be either the main focus of your video or like that's the message that they need to kind of see visually. And the other thing, so what's your end goal? That is basically a feeling that you want to provoke when a person watches the video. So what I also wanted to highlight is maybe try to consider, you'll see now that in your final part, there's not in the content here actually, who are your allies. Maybe try to think about events or where do these people go and who would support you in this type of action. So could you maybe do some, like, where could you make it public to those people so they can see that? And yeah, pretty good. So great job, group number 3. you can also continue working on the channels and on the content. And for group number 1, I just have one more comment. Since you mentioned that you would like to target both perpetrators and also the watchers, maybe try thinking like, are you going to create the same video or same message? Because for watchers, maybe you should call them like, you know, on empathy and like to make them your allies, or to like explain them what are also the consequences if we do not do anything. But for perpetrators, the angle is a bit different. Like, you need to address why what they're doing is wrong. So maybe just try thinking, are you going to combine that into one, or are you going to do it separately? So you also have that in the last step, like how many phases or how many contents do you have? So try to just figure that out as well. Okay, then I'm letting you continue the work. So once again, we have I think, yeah, we have 10 minutes. So I'm gonna set the timer in Miro as well, and here I'm activating the groups so you can go back to them. Okay, open so you can continue your work. welcome back. I think everyone is here, yeah? Okay. Okay, so let's take a look at what you did so far, and let's start with group 1. So firstly, you mentioned that you want to target 2 target groups, and you mentioned that you're going to create videos. The main message is to learn about hate speech, to how to report it, to support those who are affected, showing to young people that it's not cool, right? And here are your other details. So whoever wants to share a bit about your idea for the channels, you can start. Volunteers.
Okay, we can go. The first group.
You can go.
Yeah, so as we said, we're gonna use mostly Instagram and TikTok, and we're gonna use, okay, let's go. I'm not gonna, just a second. So when it comes to emails, they don't usually use emails except for, you know, social media accounts, because they have to have emails and to access games and things like that. So we wouldn't really go for that option. And they don't really listen to podcasts. When it comes to websites, it's usually platforms such as YouTube, Reddit, and news portals. And they follow rappers, comedy accounts, you know, stuff that is fun for them. Should we go to the fourth part?
Yeah, you can, yeah.
So we are also going to create funny and comedy videos, because that's the tone they like and that's what interests them, but we will make them with a completely different message, so the opposite of hate speech. And through that, we will show what our message for the campaign is. So we will have multiple videos published in a different time frame. And we will work with local influencers, sports players, and sports clubs, for example, because that's where a lot of young people are, youth centers and NGOs. We will use videos, some posts with facts. Also, we can create flyers and brochures, and we will divide the campaign in 4 parts with 4 different topics. So in the first part, which will last 1 week, we will create videos with what hate speech is, to first inform them about that. Then the second one is 2 weeks, how it affects people, reels about that. The third one, examples in partner countries, also 2 weeks. And the last one, 1 week, recognizing and taking action, how to do that. So 6 weeks total.
Okay, so and is every topic going to be covered with video, blog, and photo?
No, I think this was mostly videos and posts. But
Yeah, okay.
videos and then some posts as well.
Okay, so this is for every topic, right?
Yes.
Okay,
But
great.
for examples, it will be mostly videos. Through,
Okay.
you know, acting and interesting reels.
Okay, great job. So I see you also defined it 6 weeks total. Nice. So as you can see, you succeeded within a short time to define a lot of interesting things. Now we're gonna maybe develop it a bit further in a way to create a scenario. But a scenario will be created based on everything that you wrote in here. So group 1, great job. Let's see our second or third group, actually. So I need a volunteer from group 3 as well, but to just remember, you wanted to tackle the hate speech perpetrators, and in general, the age range is 17 to 30. Then you also mentioned that that social media isn't a caution protecting from consequences, that as a key message, which is a great message. And I see the format is also video or reels, and message is developing a sense of empathy as well in the end. So who is going to continue with the channels?
I can do it. So the social media they use, our target audience uses the most is X and Facebook. And as you can see with all the other questions and definitions, they usually consume most the sports related stuff, as the sports fans usually have most misdirected anger. And we decided to use mostly Instagram, X, and Facebook, as Facebook is usually for a little older people, and Instagram is for the younger ones. They usually follow like sports influencers or people with like fitness tips and such, and we decided to focus mostly on the social media, as they probably do consume other sources of media, but not as much. So for the fourth part, we decided to like get in touch maybe with like some sportists that would be willing to be allies to our campaign. Does the tone match the communication style they use? Probably not, as it shows the other side of the hate speech, such as consequences it has. It could be we like content division. We decided to divide it more, as in stories of victims and the sportists that would share our message and support it. It could be in the form of videos or photos or written statements. The content tree would be probably like a call for action and diminishing hate speech. And the how long it would be, maybe like 2 months, 3 months, so we could devote enough time to all the content division parts.
Nice. Okay, so you said 2 months, right? 2 or 3 months. So I'm just gonna add it. Okay. Great job. Yeah, I think you also identified a lot of good places where you can find these people. And yeah, I mean, for us, it's the easiest is to really use social media. But for example, here we could also think about posting in some Facebook groups that are usually gathering people who are having these interests. So that's also a nice idea that you mentioned, that they're usually following sports. But also keep in mind that we shouldn't generalize sometimes, because of course haters are everywhere. But if you mean like those extremist people, yeah, there are usually a lot of hate comments in those groups related to sports watching. But once again, it doesn't have to mean, I mean, here in the beginning of this workshop, a lot of people mentioned the sports activities as their hobbies, right? And I guess none of the people here are perpetrators, so we should definitely be careful with that. And yeah, for the videos, I think it's a great topic to cover, to firstly maybe share the stories of victims, to also connect with some athletes to see if they would like to support us. And yeah, did you mention that you have third content as well, or 2 of these?
Like the third content would be a call for action or diminishing the hate speech, like to circle it all.
Okay. That great job. Okay. So I'm then gonna get back to our presentation. In general, you can see that sometimes in a very short time you can actually get creative a lot, in a way where you just created pillars of one campaign. Of course, this is going to be further developed, so we can also see and create some scenario for all of the content, but the main ideas are there. And I guess sometimes even in as I said, in the very short time period, we have that pressure to be more creative. But I think both groups did a great job to kind of define all of those things. Both of you wanted to target a very hard target group. In a way, the perpetrators are the hardest to reach, but I think it's a great initiative that will probably be seen live. So nice job, everyone. And thank you for your participation today. As I said, this is going to be further developed, and then we are going to publish it later on. I see there's something in the chat. Thank you, Alsan. So in general, I would like to conclude the session, maybe just to check in with you. What new have you learned today? So that's what I'm maybe mostly interested in. So for the last time today, I would ask you to scan the code or open the Menti link if you have it saved. And here you'll be able to, let me just present it, to just type in what new did you learn today? If you want, I can also send the code here in the chat. Here it is. Nice. Yeah, I mean, mostly related to campaigns as they were our main topic. Okay, great. I really hope that the workshop was helpful for you, and thank you for sharing this. In general, campaigns take a lot of time to plan and organize, but I think that all of you gave a lot of contribution to the project today. And of course, if you want to be a part of the implementation process when that comes to turn, you're most than welcome to join. I see answers are still coming in, so thank you for that. And lastly, I would just mention that for everyone who attended, we would just need to also receive a feedback form from you. So it's a pretty short form. It has, I think, 3 or 4 questions. So the Mentimeter was more for me to see how are you feeling at the moment and how interesting the workshop was. But the form should be filled out by you, so we can know that you attended and kind of see the real impact of the workshop. And that would be all for me. I would really wish you to have a great weekend, and thank you once again for having a great ideas today to contribute to the campaign process. And Isabel, would you maybe like to add something else? I don't know if there's some additional information.
You already said everything, and thank you so much for today. It was really interesting. I was all the time taking notes because that's going to be really helpful for me as well for my job. So thank you once again, and thank you all for attending. I hope, as Ivana said, that you took something from today and that you can implement that in your daily life, and hopefully to work with us and following steps of this project. So thank you very much, and that's all from my side as well.
Great. Then have a great weekend and see you all. Bye-bye.
See you, bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye, thank you.